This House now resumes its sitting. Good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for the late start. At this time, we're about to swear in the Acting Attorney General. Please stand.
I, Joanne Williams Roberts, do solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that I will well and truly serve His Majesty King Charles III and the people of the Virgin Islands in the office of Attorney General. I, Joanne Williams Roberts, do solemnly and sincerely affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successor, according to law.
Please be seated. At this time, I wish to recognize some important guests who are with us today. Students and teachers from the following two schools: Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies and the Claudia Creaky Educational Center. So at this time, I will allow members the opportunity to just say hello and any warm wishes. I know the Minister for Education, Honorable Shari D. Castro, wishes to go first.
Also, take this opportunity to welcome principal from the Claudia Creaky Educational Center, teacher from the Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies, and students from both institutions. Welcome to the House of Assembly. This is what you call learning in action, because I believe you'll have the ability to see the processes of the House of Assembly, the legislature, in full swing. I want to actually acknowledge two students that I had the opportunity of teaching last week in Anegada for the Teach for a Day initiative. I see them sitting here from the Claudia Creaky Educational Center, and I also take the opportunity to extend to my colleagues an invitation. Tomorrow is the last day of Teach for a Day, so you have an opportunity to contact our schools and go into our schools and have the amazing experience of being an educator. But all in all, Madam Speaker, I really want to, on behalf of the ministry, thank you and your House of Assembly team, Madam Clerk, and everyone for welcoming the students. This is something that we intend to do more as we seek to develop our students' knowledge of their civic responsibility, understanding the House, understanding the Constitution, and understanding government. So I thank you for allowing our students to be present today, and I look forward to them enjoying the sitting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and allow me to give very special greetings to the students who have come to witness democracy in action. Students from the Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies as well as the Claudia Creaky Educational Center. I want to congratulate your principal and your teacher for seeing it fit and necessary for you to come to this house, which is so important to who we are as a Virgin Islands people. So about 75 years ago, we got the opportunity to be able to make law for ourselves. And that was an important aspect of our journey to self-determination. And this is a house that we hold dear, the people of the Virgin Islands, and that we hope that one day that one of you or a number of you may aspire to sit in this house and to continue our very strong tradition of parliamentary democracy. We're very happy to have you here, and hopefully that you learn something. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Myron Walwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to join the previous speakers and welcome the principal and the teachers and the teacher who is here with the students from the Claudia Criqui Educational Center and the Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies. Now, there's an old saying that says that pastor christen their own children first. And I have a child that is here today, a child in two respects. I'm speaking about a school, not a physical child. I saw some eyes open and I said, oh my God. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about in 2015, when the Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies opened its doors with me as the Minister for Education at that time. And as fate would have it, I was placed in a school in a district that I would now become the representative for. So not only did I have a hand in starting the school, but now the school is in the district that I'm so pleased to be representing. That school, the history of that school goes a long way. I recall, Madam Speaker, and I want to speak for a little minute, when that school was called the Ark. I don't know how many people remember that. But that was a school at that time where there were students who they believed could not learn, was sent to that institution. When I came in as minister, I said, absolutely not. I recall my days as teaching when my education officer said to me, I didn't agree with her at the time, but I agree now. He said, Mr. Walwin, if the children do not learn, the teacher did not teach. I could understand it, but she's absolutely right. Unless a child has some sort of an issue that prevents them from learning, your job as the teacher is to figure out how to teach those children and to put programs together to make sure that they're interested. And so that is what we went out to do, to try to align the Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies with the needs in the community, particularly from a trade perspective. And I want to encourage the Premier and the Minister for Education to invest more in that school. I visited the school recently. I did not like the way the school looked. The school needs a bit more tender, loving care. The programs need to be expanded. Just the other day I was reading in Antigua, and the Minister for Agriculture announced in Antigua that they're starting a school of agriculture because they have recognized that the older folks are dying off and agriculture is declining. Everybody's talking about food security. We have an exceptional opportunity now to extend that program. We want to deal with food security, start at the School of Technical Studies. Develop different campuses around the community. It could be satellite campuses to make sure that the needs of the community are dealt with through that school. I want to see that happen. And so I want to congratulate those children. I spoke to some of them. They seem so excited. One said to me that she loves the hospitality course. Another said to me that he loves the courses in auto mechanics, but they're doing it under a shed. I want to see something built properly for them where they could, it doesn't have to be at that location. You could take it somewhere else. Government got land. And create a satellite campus just to deal with that. Get them integrated a little closer with the actual technical, the automobile companies and so on, so they can get that training and learn a bit more. We can do so much more out of that school. So I want to leave that there with you today. And I want to encourage the teachers, encourage the students, even you may have scarce resources, do your utmost to learn as much as you can. The students at Claudia Criqui, I welcome you. I want to congratulate you because I've been watching your performance in the school debates. And I must say that you have been exceptional. When you see a school like Claudia Criqui that has small number, but can stand toe to toe with Elmwood South High School with nearly 1,600 students, that is highly, highly commendable. And so I commend the students. Vincent, I see you clapping, but thank you. I'm speaking to the I'm speaking to the teachers and the students. But of course, you must take your credit as a district. The school is in your district. But I want to say that something good is happening over there clearly. And I want to encourage you to continue what you're doing. Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the Junior Minister for Culture, Honorable Lusard Smith.
Madam Speaker, I'd just like to also stand to welcome our students this afternoon in this session from the Claudia Creaky Educational Center and the Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies. Students and principals, welcome. Welcome this afternoon. It's great to have you in this honorable house as you are going to witness what it takes to process in the House of Assembly some of the session. All right, I have to start again, Madam Speaker, because they didn't hear me. All right, good. Again, good afternoon to everyone, to the students. Welcome to the House of Assembly. Those of you from the Claudia Creaky Educational Center and the Virgin Islands School of Technical. All right, this should be better. One more time. Just for the listening and viewing audience, forgive me. Good afternoon again, and it's blinking, so this means that I shouldn't speak today. But we're gonna go ahead. Good afternoon again, students and principals from the both schools in the House of Assembly today. It's a pleasure to have you, and I'm hoping that you will be able to stick around a little bit to really observe what's going to take place in the House of Assembly today. And also, I know that you wrapping up Education Month for this month, next week, or this week will be the end of Education Month. I trust that you enjoyed the month of activities. As the Minister for Education mentioned, I did take the opportunity to teach 2 classes last week at the Elmo Stout High School, grade 8 and grade 10. And I did 2 presentations, one on the boat building tradition here in the Virgin Islands, and also culture and what it means, what culture means to us here in the Virgin Islands. So I know as well that this week you're going through some exams because you're getting ready to take your Easter break. So I'd like to take this opportunity to wish you all the best in your exams. Make sure you get some studies done, make sure you get some rest, make sure you eat properly, because I must say, and I will call them out, while I did my sessions last week, I did have some sleepers. So make sure you get to bed early and make sure you study and prepare yourselves for your exams. Once again, welcome.
Thank you. I recognize the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Stacey Mather.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the listening audience. But more importantly, good afternoon to my fellow educators sitting in the gallery, and to the students, secondary students that are in attendance. Madam Speaker, there is a lot that is said about the House of Assembly. There is a lot that is said about our country. But I always like to go back to the heartbeat of who we are, and that's our young people and our educators. And I'm still an educator. To get the opportunity to go on a field trip, I know you guys were excited. To have to sit there and wait for us to start, I know was not exciting. So again, I apologize to you. And I ask you that when you endeavor to go into the job market, that you are on time and do what is necessary in your job. As a secondary student in the BVI going to the Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies, you've decided you're going to take a path that goes down a road of cosmetology, plumbing, automotive engineering, and that's a field that is needed in this territory. And I applaud you. Because I know in some sectors of the community, we're screaming that we need to give you guys more opportunities to do what you need to do. So
I say that to you to say that I want you to be more involved in what is happening in this house. See what we're talking about. See how it affects you, how it affects your future. And as I said to you earlier, some of you may want to be in here. And if you do what is necessary to get yourselves here. To the students that traveled the many miles from Anegada to get here today to sit in the gallery, I know you're probably a bit tired and you're trying your best to pay attention to these people that are talking, and I admire that. Yes, I see some smiles. Thank you all for being so studious, and as my colleague said to the Claudia Cricky School who's in Anegada, that is not away and out of touch from everything because you've been able to demonstrate it in the school competitions recently. I visited up there a few months ago with my colleagues, Honorable Smith and Honorable Wheatley. And I must say I'm always impressed when I get to that school because you can see that they're doing things. Again, as Honorable Waldwin said, both schools need more resources. And I guess that can be said all across the territory. But to those two schools, I would say they need more. One, because of the remoteness of one, and the other one, because it's the only one in the territory that's doing that type of work, Madam Speaker. You know, when we look around, we talk about what we're doing in our schools, we always have to remember that children learn differently. Not all children will grab something that's based on what is trending, or labor force that needs skilled labor. No one came into the House of Assembly this morning without visiting a barber or a hairdresser, or cosmetologist. It's necessary. So to the young people sitting there, I say this. Remember, in a few years, you can choose whether we're in here or not. So start paying attention to what we're saying. As the junior minister said today, we're debating a bill on tobacco. And there are two things in that bill. I know you guys know about vaping. So we're going to be talking about vaping. And there's some laws in here that talks about underage minors or minors driving in vehicles. Pay attention, because this will impact you. When we're finished with it, it becomes a law. Which means, yes, I see the faces, which means that what we're going to speak about today impacts you, your lives, your families. Pay attention. I see more of you are looking up now. That means I was speaking something that y'all want to hear. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to see the students here, and I thank you for that opportunity to speak to them.
Thank you. I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to join my colleagues in welcoming the students here today, and I'm so pleased to be able to have brought Anegada over. During the Teacher for a Day program, I chose to go to Anegada because I don't get good office I would like to go. And during the discussion, I taught House of Assembly, the formation of the House of Assembly. And I told them what opposition was, and the government side, and the leader, and the speaker, and the mace, and all these things, and the significance of them. They were so engaged, I told them I would personally engage and see if we can get you a day over in Tortola where you can see a live sitting of the House that we are here now. When I called Honorable Lorna Smith, I said, Lorna, I'm bringing some students over, will you help me if it's too much for me? He said, no problem. I didn't have to even ask. So I'm so pleased with the Principal Shatu and the students from Anegada. They went to the court this morning, the criminal court upstairs, and the commercial court. We have at least one student here who's interested in being a lawyer. So she wanted to get a glimpse of what a court was in operation. And then the School of Technical Studies. I must commend you because you've attracted students from all over the BVI. Yes, you're only one school, but you have students from all over the BVI. I can see a Bojang Garden right there in the crowd now, sitting. I recognize her very much so. So I commend you for all that you do. I commend the Cricky, small schools, small population, but they don't punch way above the belt. In all the competitions, spelling bee, you name it, they're there and they're performing, they're holding their own end. Again, I want to commend all of you. Hope you enjoy your time here with us and wherever you go afterwards. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Madam Speaker, and thank you, students, teachers, educators, for the opportunity for us to share with you here this afternoon. Madam Speaker, my mic blinking too. Madam Speaker, I want to also thank the Ministry of Education and the Minister of Education for offering the opportunity for us to be teachers for a day. I'm going to take a stab at being teacher for a day tomorrow.
at the Willow Willie Primary School, and the subject I'm going to teach is civics. And I know teachers and students, we've been confusing you lately with the subject of civics, with all the musical chairs that's been going on. So I'm sure you had to rewrite the exams many times, over and over and over, before you took those exams, Madam Speaker. But I'm happy for the opportunity because I believe education and educators are one of those noble professions. You're the ones who build the society, build the economy, and build a nation. And the work that you do should be recognized and commended. And I'm going to take a stab at it tomorrow. But I also want to recognize Claudia Cricky, small school, with a lot of fight. I've always admired the way that school performs in all the different avenues throughout the secondary school activities. You always perform admirably, and I concur with the words expressed by the members prior to me. But particularly the technical school. We have the only school that we call a technical school in the territory, in the Bowersby School. And I want to really encourage you, because if any of us who have done anything in terms of building know what it costs to build, what it costs to pay a mason, to pay a plumber, to pay an electrician, these are very lucrative fields of work and fields of study. And the skills that you've earned are skills that we need within our economy, within our territory. You heard a colleague speak about persons in the hospitality space and different spaces. We need those spaces, and they're very lucrative spaces. So we want to encourage you to continue on that path. When I graduated from high school, was in woodwork. I was in 5 woodwork. I was destined to be a carpenter. I have a deck at my house to build, and I can't put a nail. So I just want to say to you guys, continue to focus on that field. When I saw the quotes that will cost me to build this particular deck, the school could probably build that deck for me. Some of you guys who are doing carpentry, woodworking, it's an opportunity for you in that space. So I want to encourage you. I want to thank you for coming in and listening to us as we debate, as we go through the process of democracy in action, as the Premier calls it. And I look forward to the engagement after we're finished. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the at-large territorial member, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank you for allowing this group of students to be in the House today. I would like to commend the Honorable Minister of Health, who a few weeks ago told me that he would be having a group come over from Anegada. And Anegada is very special to me, Madam Speaker. In fact, the Anegada School, you will not forget that it was the late Theodore Faulkner from Anegada that led that great march in 1949, which was the precursor to this House of Assembly today. So I am so delighted to see you. I am delighted that both schools, the Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies and the Claudia Cricky Educational Center, are here today. I also want to commend the Leader of the Opposition, because I do recall that it was under his watch as Minister of Education that the Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies came into being. Today, you will see democracy in action. You will see civics in action. Civics is a class that I hope will return to all schools very soon, because it is the one way that you understand how the government works. I hope that you will enjoy your period of time that you have with us here, and that you will learn much. I want to also say to the VIST students how important your role is as plumbers, as cosmetologists, as carpenters, masons, whatever. You are the people that we in this country are looking forward to. Not just that you will make more money than any of us sitting up here, but because your role is so critical in the development of this country. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to greet the students and the teachers, the principals of both schools, and I wish them well for the next couple of hours. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize a member for the 2nd District, Honorable Turnbull.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to the students of the Virgin Islands Schools of Technical Studies, together with the students of the Claudia Kuki Educational Center from Anegada, and your teachers. Madam Speaker, I must also commend you and your staff for allowing the students to partake in this sitting of the House of Assembly where they could witness some of what we do here. And I want to, like my other colleagues, encourage the students to understand that in life, no matter what you do in life, what you want to achieve in life, it is possible, because the very word impossible, if you put an apostrophe between the I and the M, it says impossible. Don't let anybody limit you. Don't let anybody set any ceilings for you. You believe in yourself and you can achieve whatever you want to achieve. In the technical school, in the Claudia Creaky Educational Center, you have a role to play here in these Virgin Islands. Believe in yourselves. In church, you are taught to believe in God and then you belong. But I'm challenging you to understand that you belong so you can believe in whatever you want to achieve. So continue to do whatever you need to do. We are here to debate a bill. I know I probably 3 o'clock the Claudia Creaky might have to go back on the boat, and the technical school, you were sitting here for a little while. But we had to debate this bill on the tobacco and its use on vaping, as Honorable Mehta and Honorable Waldman spoke about. But we have a role to play to ensure that we do everything to protect and make laws that protect the citizens of this country. So hopefully you'll be able to hear some of it. If not, you could always watch it back on YouTube, Facebook. And at that time, rather than having to sit here, you can fast forward all the time. And you go forward to the part that you want to hear, and you'll be able to understand a little bit more about what we do. So I want to commend your teachers, your principal, and the education team for bringing you here. Thank you again, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the at-large territorial member, Honorable Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I too would like to lend my voice to the students and teachers of the Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies and the Claudia Creaky Educational Center and from Anegada. Madam Speaker, for most of us, we probably believe that this education system that we enjoy today and we have opportunities to learn was something that was common. But in the early days of education in this country, Madam Speaker, we only had a few people who were going to secondary school or high school, and all the other people in the Virgin Islands Technical School, they had to go and learn a trade, which they are doing today. And Madam Speaker, we could only thank our first Chief Minister, H.L. Stowe, for fighting for comprehensive education for all of us. Because a lot of us with no families in the U.S. Virgin Islands and further afield will have had to go into a trade, carpentry, mason, mechanic. There were not many cars when it started. And we could only thank our legislators who were sitting at a point in time for assisting us in getting comprehensive secondary education for all the people, for all our kids. And it's free up to tertiary education for belongers. So, Madam Speaker, that's a milestone in this country's history that should never be taken lightly. I know sometimes we say things like it was easy. I know there is a lot of work to be done in education. The world is in chaos as we speak. Those who learn technical trades, who can use their hands, seem to be the ones who will survive some of this onslaught of the development in the world's economy. For example, when we had COVID, we all were farmers. We all were in the garden with boxes, planting, trying to get the plants to grow faster than they should. So that was an opportunity to say to the Virgin Islands School for Technical Studies students to learn your trade. The trade, you need them wherever you go in this world. They're not going any place. The trades are not going any place. Yes, they talk about robots but there are some basic trades that you will always need in a developing country. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you, your staff, and for giving us the opportunity to say a few words on education and its role in this country. It has played a significant role, and we must never, never try to belittle it or think that it wasn't important. That's what got us here. And I want to thank the students for both institutions for coming and listening to us, and the teachers. Please students continue to listen to your teachers. Whether you believe it or not, they're telling you the right things. You will only know it after you leave, and then it might be too late for some. But listen to your teacher. It's important. Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to say those few words.
Thank you. I recognize the Deputy Premier, Honorable Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like my colleagues before me, we're in awe to have the students from Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies and the Claudia Quickie Educational Center here with us today. Being the last person to speak, I'll be leaving you hearing the words that we apologize for the late start, and I'm sorry that you are not going to be the beneficiary of some healthy debate here today. The tobacco bill is not one of those bills that bring some healthy debate from us, but it's not so interesting. But trust me, there are bills that the members of this House live for. The Claudia Quickie Educational Center students, it's too bad that you're so young, because 25 years ago we had a sitting in Anegada celebrating our 50th anniversary. It's the only place we've had a sitting outside of this venue. That was same difference. Those sittings that we had during the time of COVID don't count. But we always have our sittings right here in the chambers. But we had a special sitting in Anegada because of the same Theodore Faulkner that the Honorable Smith spoke about, who led the march that brought us back here in the Virgin Islands, our legislature back here in the Virgin Islands. It is true, yes, the Honorable Skelton did speak about the days when our schools were small. The reach in education was limited, very limited. Secondary school comprised of 125 students. Luckily, he was one of them. And Honorable Smith and myself, we came out of that culture. Then the secondary school grew to the point where it was a high school, and everybody from across the territory was able to come there. Imagine the only time I would meet someone my age, at age 15 or so, from East End was during August Tuesday when they come down to the parade. August Festival, Monday when they come to the parade. If we're lucky, they'll make it to Chicago on August Tuesday. So being able to join us here today, you must consider it a privilege and something you should do more frequently. You shouldn't have to wait until someone extends an invitation to you. As students, you should tell your teacher. You should have a calendar with a special date on it when you should come to the House of Assembly. You're always welcome here. And I hope that this experience be one that you will never forget and that you will come back another time when it's more convenient for us to meet on time and that you can really see what a sitting is all about. Thank you all for coming. Welcome.
Thank you, honorable members. So at this time, I will call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move a motion to reorder the order paper where the Tobacco Products Control Amendment Bill 2025, which is presently Roman numeral number 11 under Public Business, Government Business, that will become Roman numeral number 7. Then the item presently at Roman numeral number 7, the Merchant Shipping Amendment Bill 2025, would move to Roman numeral number 8, and the rest of the order paper would be renumbered sequentially. I so move, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry, Premier, just two matters. What about the commercial recreation vessel licensing and cruising and home port permit?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, those would come after the Merchant Shipping Amendment Bill 2025.
So what was 8 now?
So
9
I'm
and
proposing
10.
that
Okay.
we just move the Tobacco Products Control Amendment Bill 2025
Okay.
and put it as the next bill that we'll be dealing with at Roman numeral number 7. Then Merchant Shipping Amendment Bill would go to number 8. Commercial recreational vessel licensing would be number 9. Cruising and home port permit amendment bill would be number 10. Customs Management Duties Amendment Bill 2024 would be number 11.
Okay.
And then we would have the motion on the statutory rates, fees, and charges. That would remain at number 12.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Rise a second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. The order paper is reordered as requested. I call on the Premier.
So, Minister of Health. Minister of Health. Minister of Health, tobacco.
Apologies. I call on the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Tobacco Products Control Amendment Bill 2025 be read a second time. At this time, Madam Speaker, I'll give a little background and the objects and reasons for the bill. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I rise today to present and seek the support of this Honorable House for the passage of the Tobacco Products Control Amendment Bill 2025. These amendments mark a crucial step forward in protecting the health and well-being of the people of the Virgin Islands. Tobacco use continues to be one of the leading causes of preventable illness and death worldwide, and it is our responsibility to put in place stronger safeguards to protect public health especially for young people and vulnerable populations. The original tobacco product control regulations were introduced in 2007 under the Tobacco Products Control Act 2006. This gave us a solid foundation for regulating tobacco use and protecting the public from its harmful effects. However, Madam Speaker, the tobacco industry has evolved over the years, finding new ways to market products and push boundaries, which means that our laws must evolve as well. More importantly, the global health community has strengthened its response to tobacco, and we must ensure that all laws meet these higher standards. Madam Speaker, these amendments are not just about meeting international standards, they are about saving lives. The health risks of smoking and secondhand smoke are well documented, from lung cancer to heart disease to complications in pregnancy and childhood illnesses. These amendments reflect our commitment to tackling these issues head-on, making the Virgin Islands a healthier place for everyone, especially our young people. One of the biggest challenges we are making in this requirement for stronger health warnings on tobacco packaging. The World Health Organization, WHO, recommends that health warnings cover at least 50% of the main display areas on tobacco packaging. Currently, our warnings are small and easy to overlook. Madam Speaker, we are changing that. With these amendments, graphic health warnings will now cover at least 60% of the front and back of tobacco packaging. This exceeds the World Health Organization's recommendation. The warnings will also be rotated every 6 months to keep them fresh and impactful. This means that every time someone picks up a package of cigarettes, they'll be faced with a clear and unavoidable reminder of the dangers of smoking. Studies have shown that strong graphic warnings are one of the most effective ways to reduce smoking rates, especially among our young people. Secondhand smoke is just as dangerous as smoking itself, and it is important that we protect non-smokers from exposure, especially children and vulnerable adults. Our current laws provide some protection, but there are still gaps. Under these new amendments, smoking will be completely banned in hotels' rooms. Previously, up to 25% of rooms could be designated for smoking, but we are closing that loophole, Madam Speaker. In fact, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that a recent review found that no hotels in the BVI currently have designated smoking rooms, and they must be commended for that. This shows that our hospitality sector is already ahead of the curve, and this amendment will simply formalize that positive shift. We are also taking steps to protect public places. Smoking is prohibited within 50 feet of entrances, exits, and windows of public buildings. This will protect people from the harmful effects of secondhand smoke while they go about their daily lives, whether they're visiting a government office, a restaurant, or a school. Perhaps most importantly, we're introducing stronger protections for children, the future. Under these amendments, smoking in a vehicle with a minor is present, while a minor is present, will now carry a $500 fine. No child should be forced to breathe in secondhand smoke in a confined space like a car. This measure sends a clear message that we are serious about protecting the health of our young people. We also strengthen our rules around the sale of tobacco to minors. Right now, sellers are required to check IDs, but enforcement is weak, and the penalties are not enough of a deterrent. The amendments will require sellers to ask for official government-issued photo ID before selling tobacco products. If they fail to do so, they will face a $500 fine, which is double the current penalty. We know that most smokers start young, so keeping tobacco out of the hands of minors is one of the most effective ways to reduce smoking rates over time. Madam Speaker, consumers have the right to know what is in the products they are using, especially when those products can harm their health. That is why the amendments also require that tobacco packaging includes full and transparent information about the product's contents. These includes the product name, weight, manufacturer's information, batch number, toxic emissions statement, and a graphic health warning. When consumers are better informed, they are better equipped to make healthier choices. To ensure that these laws are respected and enforced, we are also increasing the penalties for non-compliance. Fines for selling tobacco to minors or selling products without proper packaging will increase from $250 to $500. Smoking in prohibited areas will carry a $150 fine, up from $50. Promoting tobacco products in misleading ways will now attract a $500 fine, up from $75. We are also introducing escalating penalties for allowing smoking in public places. The first offense will result in a $300 fine, but that increases to $1,000 for repeated violations. This is about sending a strong message, Madam Speaker, that we expect compliance with the bill and the pending regulations, and that we will hold violators accountable. The amendments also close the loophole around advertising and promotion. We know that the tobacco industry targets young people through events, sponsorships, and giveaways. These amendments strengthen our prohibition on tobacco advertising and increase fines for violations. Stopping advertising and glamorizing of tobacco is key to reducing its appeal, particularly among our young people. Madam Speaker, tobacco use is one of the biggest drivers of preventable illnesses and deaths worldwide. These amendments are not about punishing smokers. They are about creating a healthy environment for all of us. They are about helping current smokers to quit, preventing young people from starting, and protecting non-smokers from the harms of secondhand smoke. By strengthening our laws, increasing fines, and expanding protections, we are sending a clear message that 1, we value the health of our people. 2, we are committed to meeting our international obligations under the World Health Organization's framework, Convention for Tobacco Control. We will not allow the tobacco industry to undermine our health and future. Madam Speaker, I believe these amendments strike the right balance. They respect the rights of individuals while protecting public health. They align up with the best practices recommended by WHO and ensure the Virgin Islands remain a leader in tobacco control in the region. I urge all members of this Honorable House to support these amendments. This is a matter of public health, of protecting our children, and of securing a healthier future for the people of the Virgin Islands. And so I note the full of objects and reasons outlined in the bill for your consideration. The bill seeks to amend the Tobacco Products Control Act number 18 of 2006, referred to in this bill as the Principal Act, to provide for restrictions on the sale and use of electronic smoking devices and create the new offenses of permitting smoking in a public place, smoking by a person under 18 years of age, and smoking in a motor vehicle while persons under 18 years of age is present. Clause 1 sets out a short title. Clause 2 provides for this insertion of a definition for an electronic cigarette or an electronic smoking device. Provisions are also made for electronic smoking devices to be included within the definitions of smoke and tobacco products. So the restrictions and prohibitions applicable to smoking and the use of tobacco products are extended to these devices. Clause 3, Section 3.1 of the Principal Act to extend the restrictions to include the manufacturing and packaging of tobacco products unless they are accord with the requirements under the Act. Clause 4 amends Section 4 to provide for the prohibition of the promotion and advertising of tobacco and tobacco products in the Virgin Islands. Clause 5 amends Section 5.1 of the Principal Act to prohibit the sale of tobacco products to any person under 18 years of age. This amendment seeks to ensure that a sale or offering for sale of electronic smoking devices are covered under the law. Clause 6 amends Section 6 of the Principal Act to provide for a more extensive definition of public places. Class 7 amends the Principal Act by inserting new Section 8A and 8B, which created new offenses of permitting smoking in a public place and smoking in a motor vehicle while a person under 18 years of age is present, respectively. Clause 8 amends Section 9 of the Principal Act to include custom officers and designated tobacco control officers and Minister of Health and Social Development. Madam Speaker, I thank you and look forward to discussion in the committee stage. I thank you very much.
Is there a second? Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Any member wish to debate? I recognize a member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contributions to this debate before this honorable House. And I crave your indulgence, Madam Speaker, to refer to my notes while making this presentation. Madam Speaker, I first want to commend the Honorable Minister of Health for bringing this motion because I support the efforts that are being made to ensure that we protect the health and well-being of our citizens and also go in a little bit deeper in ensuring that those persons under the age of 18 are also protected and hold to account the vendors of tobacco products and the creative new measures for which tobacco is being marketed through vaping and other ways to persons here in the territory. Madam Speaker, I know persons have their choice. It is up to individuals to choose if they wish to partake in tobacco, if they wish to do vaping, if they wish to smoke or not smoke, or chew it, or sniff it, or inhale it, or suck it. Move on. That one will fire you. Madam Speaker, but it's important for us to, as legislators, Madam Speaker, that was for the students. They understood that one very well. I heard the reaction. But Madam Speaker, we have to be mindful that while you have a choice, your choice to use these products also has an effect on the people around you. And Madam Speaker, I did a little bit of research and I pulled some information from the United States as well as the United Kingdom. And the stats record that smoking remains the leading cause of preventable diseases and deaths in the United States, with over 480,000 deaths annually. And it costs the U.S. over $600 billion in healthcare costs and lost productivity. In the United Kingdom, smoking-related illnesses account for 77,000 deaths annually, with significant healthcare burdens. And Madam Speaker, just with those statistics, we are nowhere near the population of the United States or the United Kingdom. But even looking at where we are in these confined Virgin Islands, we have to understand and appreciate that smoking and the use of tobacco products kills and it affects lives adversely. And Madam Speaker, that's what I believe the Honorable Minister and his team are moving to emphasize, the urgent need for additional preventative measures to reduce smoking in public areas as well as the smoking rates throughout this territory. Again, it is in fact the choice. When it comes to vaping, vaping has become popular, I think, in around 2017 to 2019, that it became the thing, the next thing, Madam Speaker, and everybody was finding creative ways that you could hide what you put in your vape. Just like when you were younger, Madam Speaker, persons would be creative and wrap their marijuana in a cigarette paper. Yes. But, Madam Speaker, vaping, it became the next popular thing, and then shortly thereafter, they started to see the reports of the healthcare risk and the increases in likelihood to be addicted to nicotine, especially in the younger population. So I believe, Madam Speaker, while there are some measures, Honorable Minister, to prohibit the sale of vaping, I believe that, and I heard you hint to it, and I'm hoping, based on what you said, Honorable Minister, that they'll come in your regulations, because I don't see them in proposing the amendments to this bill in terms of the fines and the penalties and the increases that you spoke about. But I'm hoping, Madam Speaker, that we move towards ensuring that stricter regulations, stricter penalties, even your $500, I think a man could find $500 along the road now, and pay that like, wow, Madam Speaker, to ensure, especially for the underage population in our territory, to prevent them from these illnesses. Madam Speaker, one of the things that I didn't see, so I'm going to propose it to the Honorable Minister and his team and to this Honorable House. As a part of the amendments, Madam Speaker, there's a section in there that speaks to the secondhand smoke as it relates to smoking in a vehicle with a minor or someone under the age of 18. But I know in the United Kingdom, they also passed a law, I think about 5 years ago, for smoking, the same exact caption, Madam Speaker, but smoking in a vehicle with somebody that is pregnant. I think that should be included, because we understand that the secondhand smoke exposure for pregnant women will lead to stillbirths and birth defects and impaired fetal development. So, Madam Speaker, that is something that I want to encourage. And the smoking car can linger for hours at a time. You know, when you rent a car or go into a hotel room in the US or elsewhere, somebody could have been there last week. And the smoke scent is in there weeks and months after time. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that is something that we need to ensure that is in there as well. Madam Speaker, also in this bill, there is no shortage, and we continue to say this as legislators in this honorable house, there's no shortage of legislation, there's no shortage of laws in this territory. What we have a deficiency in is the enforcement of these laws. And Minister, if you are going to be serious about it, because we know what exists now, we know what happens now. It is illegal to smoke in public spaces now, but we know ain't everybody enforcing it. We know you could go into certain places and the smoke killing you here, there, and everywhere. So enforcement officers, Minister, if that's something that you want to look at, I think that should be done to help you with the penalties that you're going to enforce and the penalties that you're going to increase. Because I may be wrong, but you, Minister, you will have to show the people of the Virgin Islands the statistics and the data that provides where these businesses and or companies that are selling these products have been fined over the years. I don't know of any. I could be wrong. I stand to be corrected, Madam Speaker, but I don't know of any penalties that have been enforced since this law was enacted back in 2006. I know business owners have done in different ways and measures, done their best to ensure that they are keeping up with trying to have people smoke outside. But then on other areas, Madam Speaker, it just happens. I like the increase that you mentioned, Honorable Minister, for the violations of smoking in public spaces or near minors, but I believe in order for it to be a deterrent, I think we in the committee stage, we probably have a discussion on looking at whether $500 is enough or the sale of tobacco products or vaping products to minors, that $500 penalty is enough. Because if it's going to deter or stop somebody from doing something illegal, especially affecting the health of our young people, I think it needs to be a little bit more stiff. Mr. Speaker, I see you move. I feel you move from next to me, so I know something happened. Mr. Speaker, and then in the definition of public space, I believe, looking at what is there, I'm suggesting that we look at including public space definition, broaden it to include semi-enclosed areas, ensuring that there's comprehensive coverage, because in the legislation, it only talks about specific covered areas, but there's some places that we go to that ain't have no cover at all, that are public spaces or semi-covered, and then if somebody wants to look at the law, then they could say, well, you know, we were outside, and the law only said for certain coverage, Mr. Speaker. So smoking bans like playgrounds and areas, parks and play areas frequented by families and juveniles, Mr. Speaker, that should be included. And then, Minister, I don't want to go too much, so I'm going to try to look at my notes, because I know you would have done and your team would have prepared the information as it relates to the World Health Organization. But when we look at the global impact of smoking or the use of tobacco-related products, Mr. Speaker, you're talking about 8 million deaths annually worldwide, and 7 million of those deaths resulting from tobacco use. 1.3 million deaths, Mr. Speaker, are from secondhand smoke. So 7 million resulting from tobacco use, and then 1.3 million from secondhand smoke or use of being around somebody that is using these products. Mr. Speaker, yeah, you go. I don't want to elbow when you come back close to them. Mr. Speaker, the United States, as I said earlier, out of that 480,000 deaths per year, that's about 1 in every 5 deaths in the United States related to tobacco. Out of 480,000 deaths, tobacco-related deaths accounts for 1 in every 5 deaths in the United States. There are over 16 million Americans living with smoke-related diseases, including heart disease, stroke, and lung cancer. As it relates to secondhand smoke, Mr. Speaker, this exposure causes about 40,000 deaths annually, which is 400 deaths, which materializes to be 400 deaths in infants. So out of that 40,000, you have 400 deaths in the infant population. And Mr. Speaker, before I get done and I am questioned on where my sources are, I'm going to share them before the end of my contribution. And then when we look at the economic costs, Mr. Speaker, we all understand when you get sick, you spend your wealth trying to take care of your health. But the smoking-related healthcare costs and loss of productivity among to billions of dollars annually, placing a significant burden on economies. Mr. Speaker, we know the cancer rates that are here in this territory. We know the other healthcare illnesses that we have to deal with here in this territory, like diabetes and Alzheimer's and dementia and lung disease and all the other things that we have. So, Mr. Speaker, while looking at the healthcare costs, Minister, you just opened your, well, not your, but the medical school for the territory, and I want to congratulate you and the Premier on that accomplishment. But we don't want the students to just be focusing on dealing with illnesses related to tobacco products. We want them to be able to be preserving lives in other ways and be innovative in the healthcare careers. Madam Speaker, I'm almost done. When you look at lung cancer, and this now comes directly from the WHO, the World Health Organization. Lung cancer, smoking is the leading cause of lung cancer, responsible for about nearly 90% of these cases. It significantly increases the risk of developing this deadly disease. 90% of lung cancer cases come from tobacco use. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or COPD. This disease includes the conditions like emphysema and chronic bronchitis, which causes long-term breathing difficulty, smoking, which is the primary cause. And Madam Speaker, one of the things that used to scare the bejesus out of me, not so much the cancer, because we won't see it advertised on TV. The cancers that we would see when we were younger advertised on TVs with somebody with hair, and then you see them without hair. But what used to scare the life out of me, Madam Speaker, was the ones where you see the persons with the hole in their throats. And you hear them talk, and I like, Jesus, if you know this is what smoking will do to you, what? You're smoking fat. Stroke, heart disease, asthma. Smoking irritates the airways that can trigger severe asthma attacks, worsening the chronic condition. And then you have the cancer beyond the lungs, Madam Speaker. Smoking is also linked to cancers of the mouth, throat, esophagus, bladder, pancreas, and kidney, and the stomach, among other diseases. Reproductive health issues. In women, smoking can lead to reduced fertility, complications during pregnancy, and the risk of their unborn child, such as low birth weight or premature births. And then finally, Madam Speaker, the oral health problems. Smoking contributes to gum disease, tooth loss, and oral cancer. And for the young people, the young students in the room, you know anybody who's smoking tobacco-related products and all that thing, they won't usually stink. It is something that you're always chewing gum or something, and you just have very, very horrible breath. So, Madam Speaker, I believe in order to help strengthen this legislation, we must, as I said before, ensure that there's proper compliance, and that compliance cannot be done without the proper enforcement of the provisions of the law. we have to ensure that the educational component is also done, Madam Speaker, especially to the schools, especially to parents, especially to the establishments and business, and let them know that not only did we just pass this law in this House Assembly, but send out the information, set out the educational tools, the highlight, the banners, whatever the case may be, to let them know that if you're caught selling these products to minors, or if you're caught smoking in places that you're not supposed to do, these are the penalties, both for the businesses as well as the individuals that are violating this piece of legislation. Madam Speaker, the pregnant women and children and individuals with pre-existing health conditions, if I'm already sick, I don't want your choice to smoke or use tobacco products to affect my health further. So while you're making your choice, you gotta be responsible. If you want to kill yourself, kill yourself. But don't put me in the boat with you. And Madam Speaker, vaping, we see a lot of statistics. I wasn't able to pull a lot of them, but we see a lot of statistics now in the US especially, which is closest to us, where people are becoming really ill, especially young people, really ill from this vaping. We know, I ain't gonna watch that way, I can just watch this way. We know there are students who want to be inting and they want to be the coolest, so they have vaping and they're sneaking it in and they're doing the thing and they're pouring the thing in it and, you know. But what are you actually doing to your health? So the confidence for the accountability of this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, and I will do my part as Second District Representative, Honorable Minister, to ensure that when this law is passed, whatever promotional documents, whatever circulars that you could provide through the ministry, that we ensure the businesses in my community of the Second District and throughout the Virgin Islands, that these notices are put up, that we are enforcing them. If I happen to be somewhere that somebody is violating these laws, that we have no fear of ensuring that these laws are upheld, because we're not just making the laws for the sake of making laws, we're making the laws to keep persons safe in this territory. Madam Speaker, I just want to end my contribution by quoting the areas from which I have pulled my research: the World Health Organization, or the WHO, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, which is the CDC, the American Lung Association, Madam Speaker, which dealt with the information on COPD, lung cancer, and heart disease. Madam Speaker, I again support this piece of legislation. I am hoping that we will have further discussion on some of the things that I am hoping to have implemented in the committee stage, and I look forward to that discussion. Thank you for this opportunity, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the Junior Minister for Culture, Honorable Lusat Smith.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to give my contribution to this bill. And I stand in support of the bill, as it is a very, very important bill, Madam Speaker. And I also commend the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development for bringing this bill to this Honorable House for it to be debated. At the end of the day, we make the necessary changes to the Principal Act that will help to not only save lives, but to bring awareness to what this bill is, what it means to our community, and to help persons to understand the ramifications of smoking. And with the new technology, the sexiness of vaping, there's still a health crisis. This bill, Madam Speaker, will be addressing, as we heard from our previous speaker, such areas as sale and use of electronic smoking devices, create new offenses of permitting smoking in public places, or smoking by a person under the age of 18, and also smoking in the presence of a person under the age of 18 in a vehicle in particular. Today, we see a new trend that's becoming a lifestyle. Other than the traditional tobacco smoking, we're seeing e-cigarettes and vapes. And the question I know is whether those smoking devices are as dangerous as the traditional tobacco cigarettes. The studies are still out there, as the e-cigarettes and vapes are still new. So studies are still out there, whether it's just as detrimental as they are to the tobacco cigarettes. Tobacco cigarettes, as we know, because it's been around for quite some time, even the packaging will tell you that it's dangerous for you. But there's some of us who still choose to smoke and create this bad habit and then suffer the consequences of their health deteriorating because of the choice that they make in smoking cigarettes. So traditional tobacco cigarettes contain many chemicals, and these are the chemicals that cause the poor health. And some of these chemicals are toxic, and they are carcinogenic, meaning they're cancer-causing products that are in these cigarettes. And they cause, as our honorable member on the other side, Honorable Turnbull, mentioned, he gave a lot of information, a lot of statistics. And all of this has been researched, and he quoted where he got his information from. So these are legitimate information, it's proven information, a lot of statistics that were provided. The only thing is, it would be nice if we can get some information about our local population, how this particularly affects us here. So I would like to challenge our minister responsible for the subject to see if he could get some information on how it actually affects us here in the Virgin Islands. I'm sure there might be some statistics, but if we can pull it together and we can share it a bit more and increase the awareness a bit more about the effects of smoking. So yes, the traditional tobacco cigarettes, they contain a lot of chemicals that are toxic, and of course they cause a wide range of health problems. And so we have these new smoking devices. They're pretty, very pretty. They come in different shapes and sizes, and they also have flavors. So they make it very attractive. Very attractive. I see our students shaking their heads. So they are very much aware of these interesting and really beautiful looking things that you could walk around the town with and just take a sniff on. It's very sexy, right? So, but they are not risk-free, because when you look at it, what it said is how these vapors function. It's a liquid instead of a bush tobacco, the tobacco leaves, and it's being lit. So the liquid is being heated in the container and this liquid contains nicotine. So it's not like you are risk-free. So the same effects that you're getting from the traditional tobacco cigarettes, you're getting from the vapors and the vapes or the e-cigarettes. So it's important for us to bring this bill today to amend the principal bill or act, the Tobacco Products Control Amendment, Act of 2006, to make the changes, because times are changing. And once the times are changing, and you know, we have some marketing people out there and some business people out there and say, well, we're knocking down the tobacco, the traditional tobacco cigarettes, so let's find another way to do it. And then fooling us to feel that, okay, it's not as dangerous as the tobacco, but it is. So, but we have to bring this bill today to amend it because this was from 2006, the Principal Act. So we have to keep up with the times and the changes that are happening in our community and the world. And Honorable Turnbull mentioned about non-smokers, and I have it here. Non-smokers are just as in danger as the ones who are doing the smoking. Because when they puff out their smoke and you're in the area, you're inhaling it. And it affects your lives as well. And we know that, we have some persons in our community who suffered from inhaling smoke from other people. They are not smokers, but they are now suffering some of this poor health from being around persons who are smokers. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure, I know it's not a customary thing, but one of the students did raise their hand. I guess it's not permitted, right? Just checking. No? Okay. All right. So now it pays that they're listening, so that's a good thing. So we'll have that explained to them, which is a learning experience. Wonderful. So to say that secondhand smoke is just as dangerous or sometimes even worse, because the smoker may not suffer the health issues and the non-smoker probably will as more than the person that's smoking. So again, it is very necessary to bring this bill to the House today, not just to bring awareness and to increase the fees and, but I think it's important for us to recognize that, the responsibility of the minister responsible for the subject to not let it slide anymore, because this Principal Act is from 2006 and we're here in 2025. And as again, maybe next 20 years, they'll come up with a different product that's going to try to defeat the fact that we are condemning the vapors as well, or the e-cigarettes. Because time change, people get creative because they see a business in this, they could make money, and the smokers are going to smoke. It's a choice. But the responsibility is for us here in this honorable House to do what we need to do to protect those who choose not to smoke. So I'll be looking at three sections of the act, of the bill. Section 2 amended, Section 6 amended, and the new insertions of Section A, 8A, and 8B. So Section 2 amended looks at the Tobacco Control Act 2006, number 18 of 2006, herein referred to as the Principal Act, is amended in Section 2 as follows. So I'll just look at A. There are actually two sections of this, but I'll look at A. By inserting after the definition of the word distribute the following definitions. Electronic cigarette means an electronic device that delivers vapor, which is inhaled by an individual user, includes any refill, cartridge, or any other component of such a device. So it's important to include that in the bill because, of course, back in 2006, we didn't have such a device. An electronic smoking device means an electronic nicotine or non-nicotine delivery system, as an electronic cigarette, cigar, cigarillo, pipe, or vaping device, which is used to simulate the act of smoking. Again, it's important to include the new definitions of smoking, as opposed to just smoking cigarettes or traditional cigarettes. And Section 6 amends the Principal Act by deleting the word. Again, we talked about public places. Public place as meaning enclosed public space or place, whether or not it is covered, and substituting for the following words. Public place means a substantially enclosed public place, whether or not that place is covered by a permanent or temporary roof or covering, whether semi-porous or otherwise, and B, has walls and other erections which prevent passage, and also has doors, windows, or openings in those walls or other other erections. So basically, we're defining the definition of a public place. We go to restaurants, we go out, we go wherever in a public place, and then we see signs that say no smoking. We also have it in the public restrooms, no smoking. And we also have it on planes, of course, no smoking. There used to be a time when they could have smoked on planes. Thank God that's done away. And now we see persons stepping outside of places that's considered public spaces and saying that they're away from the public space. So I would like to, if we can extend it, instead of saying just enclosed or not enclosed with windows and stuff like that, we can give some kind of measurement. Because they tend to step outside and think that they're outside of the public space. So we might have to give some measurements in feet and yards to say you can't smoke within this particular public space. Because to me, although you step outside, you're still in the public space, right? That's my opinion, but we can discuss it in committee stage. So again, the public space means a substantially enclosed public space, whether or not that space is covered by a permanent or temporary roof, or covering whether semi-porous and otherwise, and has walls. And then it goes into insertion. We're inserting a new section 8 into the act, or now the bill. And the principal act is amended by inserting that after section 8 of the following new sections. This heading is permitting smoking in a public place. 8A, 1, no occupier of a public space shall permit any person to smoke tobacco or use tobacco product that in that public place or within 50 feet of an entrance. Okay, they said 50 feet. I mentioned that earlier. So they're given a distance in a 50 feet of an entrance, exit, or open window of that place. So I stand corrected. It actually gives the measurement of a distance. And 2, an occupier is to be regarded as having permitted a person to smoke in a public place if the occupier knew or ought reasonably to leave known that a person was smoking in that place. In other words, you're putting the onus on the owner of the building or the place wherever the smoking is taking place, that person is responsible for ensuring that the person does not smoke in that particular space. So you just can't turn a blind eye and say, well, you know, they know the law and they're smoking, but you're not going to say anything to them. And again, we're looking at the prohibition of smoking in a motor vehicle while a person under the age of 18 years is present. And I am for this. I support this wholeheartedly. And I said no person, and 8B says, no person shall smoke in a motor vehicle if a person under the age of 18 is present in that motor vehicle. So, Madam Speaker, I just like to point out these things, point out the importance of bringing this bill at this hour, at this time, and I stand again in support of the bill and the amendments to the bill, and look forward to when we are having further discussions in committee stage, and we will address all the areas. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, you have no idea how happy I am today to say that I stand in support of a bill from the government. I do, however, Madam Speaker, have a few concerns that I hope that the House will consider in the committee stage, but certainly the dangers of smoking and secondhand smoking, well documented. And as the old people would say, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. And so I'm very pleased, Minister, that you are augmenting the 2006 legislation to bring it into line with modern times. I have, however, noticed a few things that I want to commend to your hearing for your consideration. When you look at section 2 that the member for the 4th just looked at, because the bill ostensibly deals with tobacco, but when you read through it, Minister, you're choking in other things besides tobacco. And I will show you what I mean when I get there. If you go to 2A, and I understand the need to update the definitions because electronic cigarettes and electronic smoking devices, even though they were wrong in 2006, they were really not a problem like they are now. So certainly you have to take a look at it. But let's look at, for instance, 2A, the second definition, an electronic smoking device. Means that an electronic nicotine or non-nicotine delivery system, such as an electronic cigarette, cigarillo, pipe, or vaping device, which is used to stimulate the act of smoking. The first one, electronic cigarette, means an electronic device that delivers vapor which is inhaled by an individual user and includes any refilled cartridge and other component of such a device. Now, you do realize that, for instance, there are people who have been smokers for many years. And if you're a smoker, smoking is addictive. So it takes a long time to get off of smoking. They used to have the patch first. Remember that patch that they put on your arm? A lot of people who are using these devices actually don't have anything in it. It is to trick the brain to think that you are smoking, but you're absolutely puffing nothing. It's just the smoke coming out. And so in the committee stage, we have to look at that because you may very well be interfering with the treatment that people are getting to take themselves off of smoking. It actually happens. And I know people here in the BVI who walk around with vaping devices, who are smokers, who are not really smoking nothing. It's just a part of helping them through the process of getting off the problem that they have. So I think we have to find a way to make sure that those people who are trying to provide treatment for themselves, that they're not captured by the definition here. When you go also to 2BA, it says by deleting the definition of the word smoke and substituting the following definition, smoke in relation to a tobacco product. And that is really the definition as well in the Substantive Act. It speaks to smoking not just on its own, but in relation to tobacco products, which is really what the bill is really about. It says includes the smoking of tobacco or anything which contains tobacco or the smoking of any other substance. Are you after tobacco or are you after other substances? So if it's tobacco, stick with tobacco. The other substances, we don't want other things that people smoke. There are different legislations that you can deal with that for. But if you're dealing with tobacco, I don't see the need to say, or the smoking of any other substance. And then B, being in possession of a lit or heated tobacco or anything lit or heated which contains tobacco or any other lit or heated substance in a form in which it could be smoked. Again, if we're dealing with tobacco, let us stick with what we're saying in relation, Madam Speaker, to tobacco. Yes, of course, smoking is bad, but the bill is dealing specifically with the smoking and the use of tobacco. And then D says sniffing, sucking, or chewing that product. By that product, again, I believe you mean tobacco, right? So you might want to insert the word tobacco product or tobacco there. But I know the bill substantially deals with the use of tobacco. Then section 6, I think the member for the second touched on it, and also the member for the 4th district. It says here, the Principal Act is amended in section 6 by deleting the words public place, means an enclosed place, whether or not it is covered. And following the substitution, a public place means a substantially enclosed public place, whether or not that place, A, is covered by a permanent or temporary roof or covering, whether semi-porous or otherwise, and B, has walls or other erections that prevent passage and also has doors, windows, or openings in those walls or other erections. I believe for the purposes of the Act, Minister, in terms of what you're trying to achieve, irrespective of where the smoking is happening, whether it's in a covered place or not covered place, you don't want people to be smoking around other people. Because the mischief really is to try to prevent diseases, whether it is through the smoking of the person themselves or the secondhand smoke. So I don't think really the location should be that issue, right? So I looked at a definition that is used in the Public Order Act of 1936 in the UK, which is a definition I know very well, that has been used to define what public places are, and I want to commend that to you for consideration. It says in the Public Order Act of 1936 that a public place includes any highway and any other premises or place to which at the material time the public have or are permitted to have access, whether on payment or otherwise. And that covers the whole gamut. Because even if though, yes, it's a public, people may be smoking in a restaurant, you don't want them on the block congregating, smoking tobacco-related products anyhow, because the same thing is going to happen. Whether you smoke it in a restaurant or whether you smoke it on the block, you're exposing other people to cigarette smoke. And I think that really is what we're trying to prevent. So I want to commend that definition to you because I think you'll find it certainly more useful. And then when you look at 8A, permitting smoking in a public place, no occupier of a public place shall permit any person to smoke or use a tobacco product in that public place or within 50 feet of an entrance, exit, or open window of that space, of that place. Now, I understand what it is you're trying to do, right? And when you go to occupier in the Principal Act, occupier in the Principal Act speaks to the person who occupies the territory, who occupies the premises, right? Who has control of it and so on. But you're really now saying to the person, because suppose I occupy premises and I have no control over the 50 feet in front of the entrance. For instance, I could think right away, think of the strip going on by Pussers. The owners of Pussers don't have no conduct of the 50 feet. The 50 feet is the sidewalk. So if somebody out there smoking, you can't hold the occupier of Pussers responsible for that. The same is the case with Bamboo and all those others along there. So we have to take look at that. I think it'd be okay if the person or the occupier has conduct of that 50 feet, but he cannot be held liable for space that he may not have conduct or have under his control. So we have to take a look at that during the committee stage. And then, exactly. And then 2, an occupier is to be regarded as having permitted a person to smoke in a public place if the occupier knew or ought to reasonably have known that the person was smoking in the place. You can't hold the occupier. I understand what you're trying to do, but we have to come up with a different way of addressing this. What makes, in my view, this is one of those acts that everybody must police. Everybody must police. That's the only way it can work. The occupier, yes, but you can't hold the occupier. What if people in there smoking in the occupier home, sleeping in the bed? How are you going to hold him responsible? He home, he see a soul with a cigarette. And you want to go grab somebody, so you grab the poor occupier. You charge you $500 how much you make. He make that for the night and he have to give it to you for something you were home. So we have to look to make sure that, yes, we want to make sure that narrow down, but we can't unduly put a burden on people that is not necessarily practical. So again, we may have to look at that again in the committee stage and see how it works. But ostensibly, I certainly agree with this. We need to make sure that we protect our population as best as we can and make sure that we don't unduly expose our people to things that we know can be harmful to them, particularly our children. And I particularly like the fact that you've placed in here, even though the Substantive Act, yes, speaks to smoking and inducing persons who are under the age of 18 and so on. That's in the Substantive Act, but I'm glad that you have extended it now to make sure that no adult should be smoking in a vehicle with persons who are under 18 present. As a matter of fact, I think that no adult should be smoking in a vehicle with nobody present, right? Because again, that goes against the whole intention of the act, to prevent persons from having, if you're in there, you're by yourself and you want to smoke up yourself, that's up to you. But you should not be doing that with passengers, regardless of age, inside the vehicle. I think that is something, again, that we have to look at. And then on one matter, Madam Speaker, since we're talking about smoke, I'm just going to take a little liberty to go outside of tobacco, because we're talking about smoke and health generally. And I don't know how many of you members of the House may have gotten those complaints, but I have gotten them from persons in the committee who are concerned about the smoke that is being emitted from the cruise ships when they are in harbor, because it's all health related. I don't know what we can do about it, but certainly it is a matter that has been of consternation for certain persons in our community with the emissions and so on. It all falls under health, and I'm asking you, Minister, to take a look at it and see what can be done. But certainly, I am in full support of the bill, and whatever I can do to assist you, sir, in the committee stage to make it a better piece of legislation, you certainly have my support with doing that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Stacey Mather.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'd just like to refer to some notes that I have here while I speak. Madam Speaker, I applaud the Minister and the ministry staff that are sitting in the back waiting on us while we debate. This is very timely. The substantial bill is nearly 20 years old. And based on what I have noticed, many of the things that are being said in the House are even catching some of us off guard. When the Minister spoke about hotels not allowing smoking, and now we're going to put it in the law that says, well, you shouldn't do it, it shows that in some respects, the community has been ahead of us, which is commendable. Madam Speaker, a few years ago, I met a young man from Seacoast Bay. He had just returned from college, and he had this device in his hand, and he was sucking on it and puffing it out, and I was like, okay, vaping has arrived. Madam Speaker, that was about maybe 10 years ago. And here we are today talking about how do we deal with vaping. If you go on social media, on Facebook, you'll see ads. Oils have arrived, e-cigarettes. In the bill, it talks about ENDS and ENDDS, electronic nicotine delivery systems and electronic non-nicotine delivery systems. Madam Speaker, I grew up in a household where my father was known as a chimney. 20 cigarettes fall in a pack, maybe 5 packs a day. My grandfather did it. You know, there was difficulty at times with breathing. You hit him on his back, he'll cough up tar. If we had some of that tar right now, we'll do a better job with the potholes we have in our country. But Madam Speaker, it's a health concern, and we all know this. We're aware of it. The entire world started to clamp down on smoking, and they said, put it on the back of the labels, put it on the front. The BVI went ahead, and we had these signs that were put up with the big circle and the cross coming through it, no smoking. So now I guess we're going to say no smoking, no vaping, and all of that. All young people have decided to vape. Madam Speaker, when I was growing up, my mom or my grandmother would take a bowl, they would heat up some water, they'd put some lemongrass in it, they'd put my head over it, cover it with a towel. I was vaping. It was safe. And some people still do that. But we've taken the word and what it is and turned it into something else. So we have e-cigarettes, and what they do is they take, as the Honorable Junior Minister said, they take aerosol, Madam Speaker. So let's put that in context. Lysol, Baygon, those are aerosols that young people used to take, and they would put them to their nose and they would inhale them. What the industry has done is now put them in a liquid form, including formaldehyde, Madam Speaker. You know what formaldehyde is? And I'm not bothered that the young people are not here to listen, but this is what is used primarily in embalming fluid. It is what you put into a body that is no longer alive to preserve it. And you're going to, oh, look at the faces in here, Madam Speaker. You're going to put that into your body. So we are behind, but I applaud everyone for it. But, Madam Speaker, enforcement and education. In the regulations that will come, I encourage the minister that is sitting here and the Minister of Education, when she returns and listens to this, to make sure all schools, all children are educated on what they are putting into their bodies, Madam Speaker. Because we went from the days of inhaling glue to now we're going to put flavors in these things. And I applaud the minister for saying they're going to put it on the front, they're going to put it on the back, that warning label. But do you know in Canada by 2035, Madam Speaker, and this is according to a document that I have here that was put out by, I want to get it right, it was vaping among adolescents and youth in the Caribbean. We're talking about all region. A situation and policy responses and recommended actions, a report in June 2023. And they look at the Caribbean region through CARICOM and how adolescents are being affected, how vaping has risen by between 15 to 20% in adolescents. Madam Speaker, putting that label on the front and the back is nice, but what Canada is doing by 2035 is they're putting those labels on each individual packet. So if you have a pack of cigarettes or you have a pack of cartridges, because that's what you call what you put in a vaporizer, they're putting them inside of each one of them. Madam Speaker, that's taking it serious. And I applaud what was said by my colleague. What are the statistics, Minister, on the young people that are using them? Before we got into this and we said, let's slam it all down, how many people in our territory are vaping? Can we find out the businesses in town that have set up? How many are they selling per month? Are they carding people? Are they looking for IDs, Madam Speaker? We had a situation, it was in the news, I can talk about it, about a child in the high school who was given a stimulant. Madam Speaker, you can put them in, you can put these things in vaporizing liquids as well. Where is the enforcement? When last has a person in this territory been fined? Increasing the fine size sounds good. Absolutely sounds good. But if there is no enforcement, then why are we doing this? So, Minister, give some people some jobs. Let's start going into the businesses. I know a few years ago you would see cigarettes in some of our supermarkets. They were right there on the shelf by the checkout. Then they disappeared. Some of them popped back up. How did that happen? Madam Speaker, then there's the other form of it. And I bring this to the minister's attention. Each one of those cartridges is made of plastic. So the Minister of Health, within our regulations or within the law, we're looking at how these plastic cartridges that are coming into our territory, how are they being disposed of? Straight down Parkwood Pond. And they're going to outlive all of us. So, Madam Speaker, I encourage us to not be isolated in our thinking, but very broad-minded, Madam Speaker, in our thinking. So within this regulation, are we going to put some kind of responsibility on the importers to ensure, just like how we have the importation on vehicles that have passed a certain year to get rid of them, Madam Speaker, what are we doing? So in the committee stage, Minister, I don't know if we have the appetite for it, but we need to talk about it. Madam Speaker, I'm happy that my colleague to my right brought up that fact. It was in China in the early 2000s, according to BBC, that vaporizing was developed to help persons who are getting over that nicotine addiction. And we have to be mindful about why some people are using devices. I know I was in Germany about 20, 25 years ago, and Germany created parks. No, Madam Speaker, I am pro not smoking because of what happens with it, but I'm also pro-choice. People do have a right. Now, I know the impacts happen on your health care, your social systems. I understand these things, but people do have a right. We're in here talking about smoking, but people are drinking alcohol left, right, and center. Let's talk. Which is worse? Madam Speaker, in some countries, and when I was in Germany, they created a park, a space. If you'd like to smoke, you go there. I'm not saying this is the answer, but I'm saying we live in a democratic state. How much public consultation have we had on this? To say to people, what do you think? Madam Speaker, I'm happy that my colleague, and I'm going to be brief, because I want to make sure I bring this up. My colleague brought up something here, and I'm going to be a little controversial here, Madam Speaker, but I'm going to take the blows. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition said in the amendments we have here, Section 2 amended, it has A, under 2A, the smoking of tobacco or anything which contains tobacco or the smoking of any other substance. And he recommended it needs to be removed. Madam Speaker, I have some hydrant throughout this territory, known as the Rastafarian culture, who have been meeting with the Minister of Agriculture, who has been the minister for the last 6 years, saying to him that they have a sacrament. Madam Speaker, I'm going to say, they smoke. Or Caribbean brothers and sisters, as we like to say. And we still can't address them. So when we put this in, where can they smoke? If they're having a ritual, they're not committing anything against anyone. There was a lot of talk in this honorable, I think it was the fourth house, this is the fifth, about the legalization of cannabis. And we can't get anything done. We can't have any conversation of it, but it will fall right into smoking, Madam Speaker. And that's why I'm bringing it up. What do we do for those? Those within our country that we call for their votes when it's necessary. We call for them for agriculture, but we can't say anything about it. So, Minister, look into that for me, please. Look into that. Madam Speaker, I applaud efforts whenever efforts are being made, but I ask us to be balanced. Let's think about the people in our country who are not being thought about, and let's tie this legislation together. Those plastics, I just want to go back to it, Minister. When they bring them in, what are we doing with them? Madam Speaker, I thank you for the time.
Thank you. I recognize the at-large territorial member, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contributions to the Tobacco Product Control Amendment Act 2025. Madam Speaker, it is ironic that I was the minister at the time when this bill, that piloted this bill through this House in 2006. Madam Speaker, it's some nearly 20 years since this was done. And things like electronic cigarettes and vaping came into being because cigarette had high prices. It was taxed heavily, and even here in BBI, we either double or triple the taxes on cigarettes. So it make it more prohibitive for people to smoke. So, Madam Speaker, you know, the amendments that I'm seeing here, some are helping, and a couple are not. Madam Speaker, we talk about tobacco and tobacco products. And the big problem at the point in time in 2006, there is no doubt in nobody's mind around the globe based on the World Health Organization studies, that secondhand smoke and smoking tobacco product with nicotine was killing people. That's a fact. What the vaping and electronic cigarette people started to do, it started to basically give the smoking part its legitimacy. You feel like you're smoking, but after a while, they start injecting the nicotine and all the other products that the cigarettes had in them. So it became that you need to outlaw them, even in the United States, in the aircrafts and so forth and so on. They were banned. You can't go any place and smoke these things. But Madam Speaker, you know, the definition of public space, as it's written in the 2006 Act, you know, give a lot of thinking went into that. You give it a wide, very wide. In other words, you consider sporting event, football field, basketball courts, whatever enclosed, lawn tennis and all those things. And it says once the public or a section of the public is using it, it is a public space. You can't smoke. And if you go to smoke, you have to smoke about 25 feet away. But now it's doubled to 50 feet, which is good. And if you're smoking in one establishment and you keep 50 feet away, and you're in another establishment, you know you can't smoke. So that cannot be a rationale. So if you, as the member said, if you go at Porcel's and you go 50 feet, you're out on the sidewalk, but you're 35 feet within bamboo shade, then you go by the ocean, you know. Go out in the parking lot over there. And even that might be a question because that's a public space where people are parking. So the people just need to follow the laws. I know when this bill came into being, Madam Speaker, it wasn't just passed and nothing happened. There was a lot of discussions with establishments. And if you remember well, all the no smoking signs were up all over the place, inside the establishment and so forth. Now, you go to some establishment, they're not there. They're not there, they were supposed to be there. You know, the condition where you're telling you can't smoke in a vehicle with a person under 18 years. So if I'm a smoker, I don't smoke in the vehicle, drop my kid to school, smoke in the vehicle, pick up the kid to carry back home. That don't make any sense because there's smoke in the vehicle. That's why most hotels on this side of the globe and even in England stop you from smoking in their rooms because there's after smoke. So Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, some of the definition there in the Principal Act, and then Section 3 of the Principal Act clearly states that you're covered. If it's a covered area, you can't smoke. And now you're saying that, let's say, even if it's uncovered, which is good, because people come with all kind of reasons. They know what you're trying to achieve, but they're still trying to do this up. But it was never the intention of the act from stopping people who want to kill themselves, or for want of better words. They're taking away people's rights to do what they want, you know. So that's why we recognized it and we allowed a license that with all the different exhaust and treatment filters and stuff, I don't know if it still exists because I don't know who policing it, you know, so that people can have a place to smoke if they want to smoke. If you went to some airports, they don't, I think they basically probably stop now. There was a smoking area. You go in there and it, you know, double doors and you do what you have to do. And so those things were important. But it was never the intention of the act to ban people. And section 2B, 2 sub B. You got letters 2BB. It's saying here that it's prohibited. So we need to look at that. I know probably that's not what it means to say, but it's saying that we are banning this stuff. You're either banning them or you're giving people that they can smoke in their whatever private space. But so we need to look at that section. And the other section is BD. Sniffing, sucking, chewing, that product, and it's all about nicotine. Nicotine injected into tobacco. So, Madam Speaker, I don't think it's right to ban the product, but we just need to enforce the control of the product. I think even when the cap should be included. If you want to rent cars, you need to be no smoking and rent a car. Wherever you go there, this is standard stuff. This is not new stuff. So, Madam Speaker, any improvement to what is there is good, because I noticed from just being around people they're doing what they want to do, especially tourists. And it seems because you're making a few dollars, you're afraid to tell the tourists that, no, we can't smoke here. You need to go across the road. So it's something. Enforcement is the key. And I hear you mention a lot of fees, increases and stuff, but they're not here. So we need to, Madam Speaker, we need to, I don't know how you get them in here, because I think the fees are in the regulation, so the regulation was supposed to be here. So it's your intention to increase the fees. Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, let me see. Like I said, Madam Speaker, I understand some of this because I was the minister who piloted the bill through this House. In those days, the smoking was a real problem, and now it is not. But don't think all the world is like this. All the world is not like this. The Asian countries, the Middle East, they're not like this. You smoke till you drop down. But the Western world, and this is important because it's a fact. It's a known scientific fact that secondhand smoke and smoking cause the healthcare system hundreds of billions of dollars annually. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I will take my seat.
Thank you. I recognize the member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution to the Tobacco Products Control Amendment Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, I don't intend to be too long. I think the members that spoke before highlighted some very critical elements of the bill. There are a couple areas that, to me, were not mentioned, which I intend to mention, Madam Speaker. I think you need to consider in the committee stage. But, Madam Speaker, I firstly would like to as well join with my colleagues in commending the ministry and the minister for making these very necessary amendments to the bill that is before us. We all heard the statistics read out earlier. We hear them frequently in the various commercials. As a former Minister of Health, I've had the privilege to to the WHO conferences. You hear the discussions on how we could ramp up our efforts in terms of the preventative measures, Minister. So I think we all know the dangers that are associated to tobacco smoking. And it's important for us to ensure that we do as much as we can to prevent the spread of it around the territory, particularly for our young people who are the most vulnerable and who tend to be the target market for the producers of these products, to ensure that they have a level of longevity in terms of the persons who are buying their products, so their business can continue to grow and they could stay in business. But Madam Speaker, the two areas specifically of concern that I would raise, Madam Speaker, is under Section 2. Madam Speaker, it speaks to where we're defining the elements of tobacco smoke. It says Section 2A, where it says, inserted after the definition, the word distribute, the following definition. It says electronic smoking, electronic cigarette means an electronic device that delivers vapor which is inhaled by an individual user and includes and refill cartridges and any other component of such a device. It goes on to speak to the different aspects of it. It speaks to cigar, nicotine delivery systems such as electronic cigarette, cigar, cigarillo, pipe, or vaping device, which is used to simulate the act of smoking. And so one of the elements I think is missing from this, and it's something that's very prevalent in our society. I know it speaks to tobacco and tobacco-related product, is smoking of what we call hookah. Not hookah, hookah. H-O-O-K-A-H. Madam Speaker. Say by be said to be using unparliamentary language in the House of Assembly. I make sure I spelled it out. But Madam Speaker, it is one of those products that it has this perception that it's safe, it doesn't have the same impact or implication as smoking cigars, cigarettes, or even the vaping devices. But Madam Speaker, the Mayo Clinic did an actual report on the differences and impacts of smoking hookah versus smoking cigar and vaping devices. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to read some of the information that came out of that study. I beg your crave indulgence to allow me to refer to my notes, Madam Speaker, as I read the specific information that came from that study that was done by the Mayo Clinic. Madam Speaker, it says that hookah smoking can pose many dangers. Hookah smoke has high levels of harmful chemicals. Those include tar, carbon monoxide, heavy metals, and cancer-causing chemicals called carcinogens. In fact, hookah smokers are exposed to more carbon monoxide and smoke than a cigarette smoker. This is a study that was done by the Mayo Clinic, Madam Speaker. But I'll share it with you. I'll share it with the House, Madam Speaker, after I'll finish with my presentation, Madam Speaker. As it goes on to say, he said that hookah smoking is linked to some of the following diseases or conditions: lung cancer, bladder and stomach cancer, oral cancers, heart disease, other serious conditions such as lung diseases and carbon monoxide poisoning. And Madam Speaker, in addition to that, one of the elements of hookah smoking is that they share the same pipe. They tend to, some of them switch out with a plastic cartridge and they throw away the cartridge, but most times persons just share the same device. And the study also revealed that very high cases from hookah smoking, the persons were able to catch the flu, tuberculosis, herpes, hepatitis, and in the age of COVID-19. So, Madam Speaker, you see, while we're not very explicit with the hookah smoking in the bill, where we were more specific as it relates to electronic smokings, I think we need to consider putting it very explicit in the bill, hookah smoking, and the adverse effects that come from hookah smoking as well in that definition section, Minister. I think that's something that we really need to consider in terms of our adjustments in the committee stage. So, Speaker, in addition to that, one of the elements that I see again that is missing, we have the gambling bill, not enforced fully, not active, not functioning. But in the Gambling Act, there's a component that speaks to treatment, speaks to rehabilitation for persons who might be afflicted. I don't know if the regulations have anything that speaks to persons who might get addicted to nicotine smoking, smoking of tobacco. How can we help and address the issue of addiction? I think that's something that we need to consider. Considering there was a study that was done as well that spoke to the most addictive products on the market. You had number 4 was cannabis, and that's something that we're locking up our young people for. In many places around the world, cannabis is known to be, for recreational use, it's not something that we tend to give persons sentences for. Third was alcohol, again, another legal substance. Second was cocaine. And a very high on top of the list of addictive substances was nicotine. And nicotine is one of the active ingredients in tobacco. That's how they get their customers tied to the product. That's how they continue to generate the revenues that they generate from this product. Madam Speaker, we need to find a way, whether it's in regulations or in the bill, to ensure that the horse is out the barn. Anyone that has been smoking cigarettes or cigarette-related products are addicted, because it's a highly addictive substance. So we need to find a way to ensure that those substances or persons who are afflicted with that level of addiction get some level of treatment or level of support. We also understand the implication that it has on our health system. We have NHI. Persons who get the level of symptoms or challenges or diseases that we spoke about that is a byproduct of smoking tobacco-related products are going to be covered by NHI. The illnesses are covered, and the illnesses are byproduct of smoking tobacco. So we have to find ways to protect the health infrastructure as well. So education is important. I know the former minister spoke about when the bill first came into be. There was a lot of education. I remember the education campaign that was launched as it relates to this bill, but we've lapsed. We've moved on to the next thing. And this bill continues, and this product, tobacco, continues to reap havoc on the health and the welfare of our people in the territory. So, Madam Speaker, we have to get back to ensuring that the level of education is in place. You have to ensure that persons who are afflicted, who are addicted. Now, what is happening now, Madam Speaker? People are hiding. People are hiding to smoke. It's not popular. It's not something, particularly with cigarette smoking. People who smoke cigarette, a lot of the cigarette smokers hide to smoke. I knew a friend, and I didn't know that friend smoked cigarette. I just happened to see them hiding to smoke their cigarettes because of the shame that comes with smoking cigarette. Or the connotation that comes. The vaping machine is cool. It's cool now. The variation now is to use vapes and use vape, because that comes across as cool. The hookah is cool, seems to be less harmful, but the evidence and the research says otherwise. So, Madam Speaker, we have to ensure that we continue to advocate, protect our people from these deadly and dangerous substances, and ensure the level of support is there in the event. The Minister, I saw you taking some pictures next to those lovely dialysis machines that you're swapping out. I don't know if that's something we want to promote and advertise. But the reality is that cigarette smoking also leads to a person having to be dialyzed. So it's one of those implications, again, on the health system. We know the numbers. Only $70,000 of dialysis a year is covered. And persons, and the numbers is in the millions that we spend to treat individuals who have to use dialysis units. We heard in this house where there isn't any room to put additional persons in the rotation. So there are persons who are in a sort of a treatment cycle, waiting for a slot to get into the rotation. And God forbid the situation is exasperated. They don't have a means to get in treatment on the island. So these are the considerations, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I definitely support our approach that we're taking today. I know we're going to have a little more heated, detailed conversation in the committee stages, Minister. I think we have to get a copy of the regulations, because I think it's important for us to understand the levels as it relates to the fees, the levels as it relates to other aspects within the regulations, so that we could then determine whether some of that should be placed in legislation or some of it should be vetted or held in the regulation side of things. But Madam Speaker, I support this. I support what the minister and ministry is attempting to do. But those particular areas that I raised of concern are areas I think we should consider once we go through the committee stages to ensure we have a bill that is truly fit for purpose and supports the population, protects our vulnerable amongst us, our children, our young people. The point that was made concerning children and unborn children, I think, is an important point. I don't know if it's covered under the age of 18, but we have to be more explicit to ensure that those things are covered. But I also want to commend the public, though. Madam Speaker, one thing I see anywhere that I go where persons attempt to smoke in public places, the people say, no, you cannot smoke here. It's not allowed. It's against the law for smoking in public places. And I assume that it's done when I'm not there as well. So I think that that's one thing that we need to continue to encourage persons to be aware of the law, to know their rights, and to ensure that when they see persons breaking the law, be forceful, be forthright and say, look, this is against the law, you're not permitted to smoke here. Say to the proprietors of the establishments, you have a client or someone in your establishment who is smoking, who is breaking the law, and say to them, these are the implications, these are the fines. And persons need to stand up because it's your health, it's our health, all of our health that's implicated when persons continue to break the law in the way that they do. So, Madam Speaker, again, I look forward to the committee stage where I'll make further contributions to amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I recognize the Deputy Premier, Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have to finish this bill tonight, so I'm not going to be long. Madam Speaker, it's amazing how life is. Throughout the 80s and probably the late 70s, I've been an avid NASCAR fan. And I would sit and watch that television, watch a car go around the track, a 1 mile track, for hours. If it's a 500, the Daytona 500, yeah, go on 500 times. And the races were sponsored by Winston-Salem. It's been called the Winston Cup. And the Americans got wise and they woke up and they protested and rebelled against tobacco products. And Winston-Salem and Philip Morris ended up paying out billions of dollars. You hit them where it hurt, in their pockets. And you talk about the vapes and all the things that come. Cigarette is still immensely popular, Madam Speaker. And it's because of the pussyfooting that goes on like we're doing here right now. Madam Speaker, as far as I am concerned...
Honorable, just be mindful of your parliamentary language, please.
Well, which part of it, Madam Speaker?
I won't repeat it, Honorable. I won't repeat.
Good, because I don't Madam Speaker, as far as I am concerned, I think we have matured to the point where we can relegate tobacco products to the Pear Park. Let the tourists come in and buy it and take it out. I just, you know, for a long time I commended Virgin Islanders because we, by and large, they didn't smoke. And I didn't think cigarette was popular among our people. Yes, the older guys smoke a bit. I smoked at one time. I smoked a pack a weekend. Buy it on Friday and by Monday it's gone. I was young, dumb, stupid, and everything. I did all that stuff. I smoked a pipe. I puffed cigars sometimes. I'm telling you what I did, Madam Speaker. Not many people in here can tell you what they did. I'm trying to get it out of them, you know. So, Madam Speaker, I commend the minister for the things that he is doing. I'm supporting him. But the one thing he should do is price the cigarette out of people's reach. I don't see any tax being added to it. We could make some good money from tobacco products. Put a tax on it. Triple, double it, double, triple it, do whatever you got to do, but tax it out of the reach. No, do it now. You got an opportunity to do it again. So, Madam Speaker, that's the position I take as far as tobacco products is concerned. I think that it's a slam dunk. We can get it over with as quickly as possible, and I would support that, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the at-large territorial member, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will also be brief in supporting this Tobacco Products Control Amendment Bill 2025, which takes us another step closer to preventing cancer through smoking. I have always thought the British Virgin Islands to be one of the countries with the lowest incidence of smoking by BV Islanders. I was very interested in the statistics that the member for the second presented, and I did wonder how they compared with the British Virgin Islands. But I know that there are pockets. I know, for instance, in our entertainment district, his district, incidentally, I have seen signs where persons have been requesting those with these habits to move away or to go to the other side. So I know that it is a significant problem. I also want to commend the member for the 8th who made the observation that we are very intolerant in this country about people who break the law in smoking. In fact, when I was in Macau a few years ago, I have to say this: you go to a casino in Las Vegas, and you get the lovely smell of you don't get as much as you get in Macau, but you get a much more, how do I put it? It's a smell that is not as, it's more mixed in Las Vegas than it is less pungent, that's the word, thank you, than it is in Macau. And speaking of things I did, I can confess too, it was very fashionable to smoke when I was in college. And so I would smoke even though my head was killing me. But, but a cigarette, well, we're not going to go any further. But I really want to commend my colleague on putting forward this amendment, a very important amendment. And just to say that BV Islanders are concerned about the incidence of cancer. And I want to say this, even though we I said we relatively smoke less than more many other countries, even in the Caribbean. The incidence of cancer in this country is very significant. And it is something that we need to be looking at in the future in terms of the causes. I too am looking forward to the committee stage of this discussion of this act, as I agree that we need to add a proper sin tax in terms of the penalties that we are talking about. We have an opportunity here to make some money for the government through imposing it as a sin tax, if you want to call it that. And so, Madam Speaker, I am looking forward to the committee stage for our discussion, further discussion of this
Thank
bill.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. May I ask the Minister for Health and Social Development? Oh, I'm sorry, Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to commend the Minister for Health for bringing this bill. I also want to commend a former Minister of Health, Honorable Skelton, who brought the bill in the first place, who enacted it in the first place. I think that this, and you know, prohibiting smoking in public places generally, I think it was a part of a vision that went along with the new hospital as well as the national health insurance. But it's key that, and I think this was emphasized at the time, if you didn't have a strong education program, and if you didn't have a program to deter you from certain behaviors, you know, you will face challenges. And I believe that we have to take a very robust approach, Madam Speaker, as it pertains to deterring certain behaviors. And it goes beyond just tobacco, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think a lot of persons throughout the years, even though you know we described here very well some resurgence and things like hookah and vaping and things like that, we've been able to describe that very well here. And I commend the members for their research and for the debate on the particular issues as it relates to smoking. But one thing I would like to do very shortly, Madam Speaker, is emphasize to the public, and yes, we have the power of choice. And you know, I believe in the power of choice. Of course, Adam and Eve got the choice, and of course, they were educated as to what the results would be if they did not make the right choice. I do believe, Madam Speaker, that well, persons shouldn't have the choice of impacting others' health, which is, I think, the point of prohibiting the smoking in public places. As it pertains to their own health, they have a certain level of choice. And of course, we have to recognize, as I think one member debated, that when they become a drain on the public health system as well, there has to be additional considerations in terms of how we finance that type of thing. And some countries have implemented sin taxes and things like that to be able to help to finance public health because of the burden that some of these behaviors creates on public health. But we have other things, Madam Speaker, and we just have to be conscious of the other things that happen in our society which impact our health. And at some point we have to at least have a public discussion on them. One of the most dangerous substances in our society is sugar. And member for the 8th was talking about addictive substances. I saw a study that said sugar was more addictive than cocaine. They did a study with mice, and the mice ignored the cocaine and went to the sugar. Sugar is much, and sugar is perhaps one of the most destructive substances as it pertains to illnesses that persons have right now. And if you look at the products in the store, all of them are filled with sugar. We have sugar, we have salt. Salt is also very destructive. And my message is clear, and I won't be very long, is that if we want to have a high quality of life, our health is important. And the decisions we make today will have a great impact on the quality of our life tomorrow. And I believe that we have a duty to educate persons who are unaware of the impact of some of the choices they make. So we have to redouble our efforts. I believe we have to start in the home. Parents need to educate their children and their family members as to the impact of their life choices. Of course, sometimes parents themselves don't know, so we have to have a certain level of public education to be able to educate persons in our society as to the dangers of our lifestyle and the choices we make. We have to do a better job of doing it in the schools. You know, when I went to school, I'm not sure how much we were educated about food and nutrition and, you know, the impact of certain things that we consume on the body. But I think it's something that it's a good idea about. A lot of what I learned is really research that I did on my own, things that I read on my own, articles, etc. But a lot of this type of thing we don't learn in the school, so it's something that we should review and see about educating persons. I'm somebody who I'm always, you know, we have social media now. A lot of information is available if you're interested in it. You know, and once you start clicking on the stuff on social media, the algorithm just starts to feed you all of this information. But I just encourage the public. You know, some persons might get annoyed that you're prohibiting them from doing something that they want to do because they don't see ultimately the big picture. I would just encourage the public, very much so, to pay a much greater attention to the choices we make in life, because that could really be the difference between having a good quality of life for as many years as possible and then being in a very vulnerable situation and a very debilitating situation. And far too many of our people have been passing away for illnesses which are preventable, Madam Speaker. So let's see what we can do to educate persons and to discipline ourselves to make the right choices. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. I ask the Minister to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All I could say is democracy in action. I want to thank all the members for their contributions today. I mean, clearly it was well researched. We all agree on a few points. That is the dangers of smoking. And the Atlanta member said, it's not about, we don't try to ban you from smoking. We're going to make sure your smoking, your choice to smoke, doesn't harm anybody else. The act is almost 20 years old. Like I said, a lot of things that are in existence now were not in existence back then. Members written some great details, and I've captured a lot of what they covered. Then the member for the second, who was the first speaker, he really appreciated the fact that we're trying to hold vendors to account, but he was very cautious about how that's exactly done. and the right of persons to choose. Yes, you're free to choose to smoke if you want, but your choice should not then affect those around you. To ensure the cost of healthcare-related costs due to tobacco smoking up to $600 billion in the U.S., 480,000 dead a year, 1 in 5 persons. So it does affect directly our NHI and healthcare costs in this country. Now, I must apologize because the member did raise the issue of regulations, and they should have been here today, but they're going to come at a later sitting. There was a reason for delaying them just a little bit, but the regulations will come to address the fines. They have to come, because you can't enforce anything here without the regulations. The member for the second also made a very interesting observation along the member for the leader of the opposition. Smoking in vehicles. A couple of persons mentioned it also. Because right now we're saying you shouldn't smoke in a vehicle with somebody under 18 years of age. What about a pregnant person? What about that person who's going to enter the vehicle after you've smoked? I remember going to Cuba a few years ago. When I got into the taxi, I had to hold my breath. The car smelled like a cigar. Because when you smoke in a vehicle, depending on the materials you have, the scent of the smoke goes into the material. And the person who's entering the vehicle next, majority you'll be smoking too. The idea of properly defining a public space, yeah. I think it's just to make sure that if you choose to smoke, it don't affect anybody. It's lung cancer, and this was mentioned several times by many persons, compliance and education. None of this stuff, this behavioral change, none of this is going to work without proper education going on there. I like what we did years ago. I remember seeing all the signs everywhere. Do not smoke, do not smoke. And I saw people, like I mentioned several times, if you go into a place and you smoke where you shouldn't be smoking, the person say, excuse me, you can't smoke here. And the person will comply and will walk away till them 50 feet. I think even my race one time had an actual sign saying this is 50 feet, or this was 30 feet. I think it was 30 feet then, and that was good. I want to ask me to talk about this, to save lives and bring awareness to the issues of smoking. Smoking kills. Like she said, e-cigarettes and vapes are now more popular because they've gotten fancier. But you don't really, at this point, understand the long-term effects of e-cigarette and vaping because it's relatively new. And it's very attractive, very sexy. Everybody think by vaping and so forth. It's cool. Okay. I go to the leader of the opposition, the new leader of the opposition, so persons don't get confused. He was actually very happy with the bill. I like to keep him happy, because when he ain't happy, there's a lot of trouble. But he too really went into the dangers of secondhand smoking and how it is so well documented. It is very well documented. You just go to Google smoking, you get a whole litany of information concerning smoking. But he raised the issue, and I do agree with him, about how broad we have that in Section 2. Where some people who have been struggling with nicotine addiction do have, the past is no longer in effect, but do have things that they play as if they're smoking, and it's like a placebo. Your body feels like in your mind you're smoking, but you're not smoking. And it's a way of them having to come down from that nicotine. And I do have some friends who have stuff like that, so I know what it is. Quitting smoking is not as easy as, some people can quit relatively easy, but for others, it's really, really a battle. You have to try all these various things to be able to get that addiction under control. You said the word other substance. Again, remember for this, it's correct. We should, if you stick with tobacco, let's stick with tobacco. And the other substance thing, unless we're going to define what the other substance is, I think you can have a slippery slope there on that. By their public place, spend a lot of time talking about that, and I agree with him. Let's keep it simple. Try to just have a bill open. No. Once other persons are going to be affected, let's not go there, period. And the idea of each person, this is all hands on deck. We have to be a brother's keeper in this instance. And remember for the sake of Barato. If you go in a place and somebody's smoking, you say something. Don't look around. That is wrong. It's actually killing you also. Don't want to kill those around you. So everybody should be a brother's keeper in this one. Now the matter for the sixth race is a very interesting thing. Cruise ships. And we do see the cruise ships. There's one a few days ago, really bad one. Can't think of the name. But the smoke was actually very, very thick. I've had persons all up on Great Mountain complain about that soot coming from cruise ships. But I want to even expand it a little bit more because you have persons also, it's not tobacco, but you have all these welding shops and so forth where the smoke is being emitted. Not for this bill here, but we must be very conscious of our environment and how we are affecting those persons exposed, whether it be fiberglass or paint or soot from the cruise ship. I'm not sure what can be done, but we have to do something because it is affecting our health. Our matter spoke about nicotine delivery systems and how we are late in bringing the legislation, but hey, nothing happened before its time. But it caught me by surprise in terms of persons inhaling stuff. I mean, I was exposed to this many, many years ago, and I'd forgotten that some people just like to sniff stuff. And you laugh, I'll tell you why I'm saying, because I remember when I was going to college, there was, what do you call it now? Was it ink remover or something? Like a strong alcohol, like a nail polish remover. Person was sniffing polish remover because it's high alcohol content. And they just to get that, I got whatever it did to them, whatever it did to them, but formaldehyde, stuff you put in dead people. Because I remember in the States one, there's this guy who chased cows. When the cow dropped the patty, the cow would quick and sniff. I guess some people pose real challenges with putting stuff in their body. I've heard about it. When a cow drops down that is hot, it gives off methane gas. Some persons used to get high from it. No, it was liquid paper. Not nail polish remover, liquid paper. I'm like, I don't know what a person used to sniff white out. And then we had a challenge during COVID. The person was sniffing hand sanitizer. That became a big issue. So I guess some persons addicted to an alternate state of mind, whatever. I remember also mentioned etc. I'm really not sure if we have those statistics, but if we don't, we should move quickly to understand what's the state of the affair where that is concerned. And talk about finding persons and so forth. Now he also raised the issue of how do we discard these plastic vapes and how do we handle imports. We are looking at the battle bill, which in that case we're looking at how do you tax persons, because we're importing garbage. How do we get a tax on importing these things that we later have to pay to discard? And it costs the government a lot of money to discard plastic bottles and so forth. So if we could do an import tax on them, at least you have the money to discard it. Ideally, you want to divert it from where it's going. Now, he also mentioned the ritual smoking of marijuana. And many persons, we see it in the junior minister, Honorable Smith, did mention that in the BVI, we're not really a nation of smokers. But be reminded, a lot of persons here who work in this territory are not from here. And I have several complaints of persons early morning walking, going to work, whether it be Lower City or wherever, and they're walking the public street just smoking. Whether it's with cigarettes or whatever else they smoke, but they do it in public spaces. Well, how do you control those ritual smokers, the Rastafarian, and them? Do we carve out a space for them? Do we carve out a month for them? How do we handle that? You raise a very important question. For the Honorable Skelton's historical perspective, the originator of this bill, where he points out the unintentional consequences of this law. He did say, and again, I found it very intriguing, that when he brought in these laws to ban smoking, unintended consequences of persons turn to other things. And that's where vape and so forth comes in. And we always like to innovate and stuff. So where vape might have been a single thing in the beginning, maybe even smoke, over time, other things were added to it. To where it's now the new problem. So you have to be very careful that when we do these there now, look out for unintended consequences of these things that we are trying to do. Be very mindful. In the committee stage, you could discuss this. What are the possibilities of something that's happening because of what we are doing? Things always evolve. I want to thank Honorable Penn for raising the issue of the hookah, which I hadn't talked about. I'm not that familiar with hookah. I've seen a little funny looking machine. I'm not really sure how it works. As water. As water you are drinking, but I'm trying to put it into smoke. I mean, I said, lamp-like thing. But it's something we have to look at to see if it's captured in here or not. And again, he gave us statistics where he said the hookahs are even more dangerous than cigarette smoking. Again, he gave the sources also, I believe. But I found that to be very, very interesting, the lung cancer, oral cancer, and various heart problems. Then he raised the issue of how do we assist persons with addiction. I think we do a little bit of it through social development, but maybe we need to raise what we're doing. And of course, the implications for NHI. He also raised the point that the Premier raised the issue of strong education to prevent or deter persons from. We cannot underestimate the power of do behavioral change. Education is the key, only way to do it. But you have to be very forceful and very intentional with the education. You cannot go half-hearted at all. We have to go in it full speed ahead down the road. And the Deputy Premier did raise the issue which we all recognize. Tobacco companies, they make millions of dollars. They have large budgets. They could afford to sponsor these major events in a way no other person can. It's one of the challenges we have with things like tobacco and even sugary products. These companies have multi-billion-dollar budgets, and they've studied the human condition. They know every button to push on you to get you to use their product. So it's a constant battle. You have your $10 budget for prevention, they got a $1 billion budget to entice you. So it's an uphill battle. The Deputy Premier also looked at relegating smoking to the pear pack. I'm not sure why he chose the pear pack. But it's something to think about, and to raise the tax on tobacco products. For tourists, okay. I think also Smith raised the issue of sin tax on this product, which I think I like that approach. You raise it to a point where a person will be deterred from buying these products. The question is, what would they go to next? Madam Speaker, again, I'll just stop there because time is fast spent. But I want to thank all the members for the insight and contribution to this most important bill, the Tobacco Products Control Amendment Bill 2025. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Tobacco Products Control Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This bill may be cited as Tobacco Products Control Amendment Bill 2025.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee. I call on the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Tobacco Products Control Amendment Bill 2025 has passed through committee with amendments. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Tobacco Products Control Amendment Bill 2025 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Tobacco Products Control Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a third time and passed as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
Bill may be cited as Tobacco Products Control Amendment Bill 2025.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. Honorable members, we will take the recess and return on Monday, the 31st day of March, 2025 at 1 p.m. House is in recess until then.